One, two, two, one. One, two. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three. Yeah.
Then we are on.
Sorry, the passage.
Honourable members, honourable members, the Honourable Mr. President,
morning, I would allow an opportunity of silent prayer. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, what confusion that is. Now, right. Yeah, my program doesn't say that, but let's proceed to national anthem. Please be seated. Once more, good morning. I shall now invite our honorable guests to enter the chamber. And on our list, we have Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Baroness Scotland, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. You are invited into the chamber on the front row. I think there is protocol to assist you there. As we follow, I invite Honorable Rawi Fatah, Speaker of the Palestine National Council. I invite into the chamber the Right Honorable Sidi Mohammed Tunis, Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. Now, before we move to swearing in on the new members, Good morning once more, honorable members, our invited guests. We will now proceed to swear in new members so that they can participate as full members of Parliament. But before I invite them in, I want to welcome you and say our session is now open to transact business. We have quite a full morning, and on the program, we'll have, after the swearing in ceremony which you have on the program, we will take a break and allow the guests of honor to come in. May I announce that initially we'd invited the president of Senegal, who is also the chair of the African Union. And there were indications he was going to attend. But only some 4 days ago, we were advised that he had serious commitments in his country, so he would not make it. Because of the time limitations, we then approached the local president, President Ramaphosa, but I should say we really ambushed him because we only did it when there were 3 days to go. And usually heads of state are difficult to come by when you are late. But he's sending a minister to represent him, and then we'll proceed to other dignitaries that are here with us. So the session is opened. I'll give a full speech later. I will then allow the clerk to proceed so that we swear in the new members before we transact the main substantive business of the day. Thank you.
Merci, Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vice Presidents, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of Parliament, distinguished guests. I will call the new members of Parliament who are meant to come and give their oath. They will do it by country. And I would like to ask my colleague, Madam Vivian, to please come closer to the podium to be able to guide the ceremony. I would like to invite Honorable Bernardine Demoigny from Burundi to please come and declare her allegiance. I would like the sergeants of arms to actually come and bring the members close to the podium. Thank you very much.
Moi, Honorable Louis-Manuel
I, Honorable Bernardine, member of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby swear solemnly and declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm.
J'invite à présent
I would like to invite the Honorable Hannah Merkil from Morocco to please come and take the oath. I hereby swear solemnly and declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God, and I so affirm. Thank you very much.
j'invite à présent
I would now like to invite the Honorable Sarfina Philippe Franco Shinda Clema from Mozambique to take the oath.
Bom dia, Senhor Presidente, senhores deputados e respeitados convidados.
Dear Speaker, dear guests, I, Serfina Philippe Shindakulem, I hereby declare solemnly that I will perform my functions as member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union, and I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament, as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principle of good governance, democracy, human rights, and international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm.
J'invite
I would now like to invite the honorables from Somalia. Firstly, Honorable Senator Adis Mael Samata, Honorable Mohammed Musal, Honorable Mohammed Jissen, Honorable Abdel Mohammed Noor, and Honorable Zamzam Mohammed Noaf.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أقسم
I, Abdul Rahman Mohammed Hussein, hereby solemnly declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm.
J'invite à présent les...
I'd like to invite the following honorables to the stage from Tanzania. Honorable Tufik Salim Tuki, Honorable Ngwasi Damas Gamani, Honorable Anatropia de l'Ouest.
Mimi Taufik Salim Turki ninaapa kwamba nitatekeleza majukumu yangu kwa mbunge wa Bunge la Afrika kwa uwezo wangu wote na kwa heshima na taazima. Katika kuwatumikia wananchi wa bara la Afrika, nitakuwa mwaminifu na mtiifu wa Umoja wa Afrika na nitaienzi, nitailinda na nitautetea mkataba wa Umoja wa Afrika na protokali ya mkataba ulioanzisha Jumuiya ya Uchumi wa Afrika inahusiana na Bunge la Afrika, na nitaendeleza msingi ya kuheshimu kanuni ya utawala bora, demokrasia, haki za binadamu, sheria ya kimataifa ya uhalifu dhidi ya binadamu, amani, utulivu na mazumuni yote ya Bunge la Afrika. Mungu nisaidie. Mungu ibariki Tanzania na Mungu ibariki Afrika.
Mimi Ngwasi Damas Kamani ninaapa nitatekeleza majukumu yangu kama mbunge wa Bunge la Afrika kwa uwezo wangu wote na kwa heshima na taadhima.
As a member of Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, leading into the Pan-African Parliament. And I'll promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I, Anatropia Kilatonist, hereby declare that I'll perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with the honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. And I'll promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Honorable members, can we give a loud applause to our new members? New members, you are welcome to this Bunge la Afrika yote.
To this African Parliament.
Program, we are going to suspend business for 30 minutes. We'll take a break, maybe so that you also interact, greet, and with the new members. After 30 minutes, we come back. So we'll be back at maybe 10:15. Thank you.
Oh my God, my voice. Action. I know.
راسي كم ترجم صافي شديتينهم حيت راه كيسمعوني
Excellency, representing the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency. Thank the media now. Can wait to hear that.
Should I?
Please, Maxwell. Ah, you're going fast. Oh, you forgot about it. John, they broke the cable here. Please, can you check if there's a spare cable in the room downstairs?
It's okay. Honorable members, distinguished guests, may we all take our seats. Wherever you are standing, please get a seat. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, your guests of honor, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Republic of South Africa will be representing His Excellency, the President of the host country, the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. He will be entering the chamber, he will be accompanied by the President. When he enters the chamber, may we all please rise until they get to their seats. Then the African Union anthem will be sung, followed by the national anthem of South Africa. Then the President will invite you to take your seats, and then proceedings will recommence. Your Excellencies, may we please rise. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, His Excellency Mr. Ronald Lamola, representing the Head of State of the Republic of South Africa. We will now have the African Union anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victor song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, peace and freedom. Cher du soleil, cher du ciel, faisons de l'Afrique la pleine de vie. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, filhos, filhas da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África por da vida. Let us
Thank you. Take our seats. Statement of solidarity now. Thank you. Now, in terms of the program, we move to solidarity messages. And the first to take the floor is the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, the Right Honorable Sidi Tunis. He has served as MP as he moves to the podium. Just say served as MP in Sierra Leone for 15 years. And he is a very successful businessman.
Money, money, money. Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency, President and Bureau of Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, Commonwealth Secretary General, colleague Speaker from the Palestine, honorable members of PAP, honorable members of other parliaments represented here today, our Secretary General and staff of Pan-African Parliament, I greet to you all, and I bring you warm greetings from the ECOWAS Parliament. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am honored to join you once again in the spirit of Pan-Africanism to witness the second ordinary session of the Sixth Assembly of the Pan-African Parliament convening here in Midrand, South Africa. This is my second visit at PAP in less than 3 months, and at each visit, my delegation and I have enjoyed warm African hospitality. Let me extend our humble appreciation to Your Excellency, the President, the Bureau, and the entire membership of PAP, and spare no effort in thanking you for the wonderful work you are doing. It is heartwarming that you have dedicated this session to debate issues of nutrition and food security on the African continent. You have selected a theme for this session, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security on the African continent, strengthening agro-food systems, health and social protection systems for accelerated human, social, and economic capital development is most appropriate. It fully aligns with the African Union's comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program and Agenda 2063. In addition, it is a response to the urgency of food security situation in Africa. Excellencies, distinguished guests, undernourishment across the African continent is impacting negatively on the growth of children, and if this ugly trend is left unchecked, the human development agenda of our children is at a very serious risk. Furthermore, climate change and the increase in the impact of climate-related shocks, such as drought, flooding, and torrential rain, has slowed growth and increased poverty in many areas. And while changing climatic conditions have been making it harder to source food for years, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused an immediate and additional shock to the system, disrupting labor markets that farmers across the region and the world rely on. Conflict, on the other hand, is another drive of food insecurity and social problems. In several parts of the continent, violence has led to displacement of millions of acutely malnourished children and have driven innocent civilians to the brink of starvation. To mitigate these ugly trends, we must, as a matter of priority, ensure the establishment of a framework that favors the local production of necessities such as energy, foodstuffs, and pharmaceutical products. The food security crisis provides all the urgency we need, and now is a moment to work together across governments, across countries, and between people to end hunger. Now is a moment to forge partnership with civil society, the private sector, to galvanize the diaspora, to take advantage of new technologies and better techniques to build the food systems and the structures of the future. To this end, the development of homegrown model agriculture must be fundamentally reviewed. We observed that the agricultural policy in most of our states is based mainly on cash crops. We have the imperative duty to orient our agricultural production towards the satisfaction of domestic needs and to produce in a way that makes us self-sufficient and less dependent on the outside world. We must reinvest massively in the food chains and their value chain to guarantee food security and give the most vulnerable the means of subsistence. By the grace of God, we still have in Africa an extraordinary agricultural potential with 60% of the world's uncultivated land. We also have the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is of very high importance to the future of our markets. We must take advantage of these resources and make the most of the future of Africa and its generations unborn. Excellencies, distinguished guests, permit me to reiterate the most obvious reality. The majority of Africans are peasant farmers who cultivate for the purpose of subsistence. Only a smaller percentage of African farmers are engaged in commercial agriculture. As members of Parliament representing the people, we must place high priority on the needs of the citizenry, self-sufficiency in food production, so that we are able to feed our teeming population should remain a non-negotiable priority. Achieving that feat will be the beginning of the making of our continent and its people free from external influence. We must strive to avoid a situation in which shocks and stress in the economies of other regions and continents should have a negative impact on us as a people. Granted that we are in an interdependent world, but the level of dependency by Africa should be brought to its barest minimum, particularly in the area of agriculture. This is based on the abundant arable land, favorable climatic conditions, and adequate and abundant labor force we are endowed with. These natural gifts, if properly harnessed, can tremendously boost food production and guarantee food security in Africa. Excellencies, distinguished guests, as I convene this session, let me conclude my remarks by extending to you the best wishes of the Bureau and members of the ECOWAS Parliament. I trust that you will dedicate the next few days reflecting on the challenges and issues related to the theme of this year's session. And as you do so, it is my fervent aspiration and hope that it will lead to the development of a new paradigm which expresses renewed commitment in addressing food security in the African continent. I wish you well in your deliberations. Long live PAP, ECOWAS Parliament relationship. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Another round of applause. Our next speaker is the Speaker of the Palestinian National Council. He was acting president of the state of Palestine after the passing of our dear comrade Yasser Arafat.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، معالي السيد فورتشون شرمبيرا رئيس برلمان عموم افريقيا، معالي السادة نواب الرئيس المحترم.
And gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Ronald Lamula, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, representing the guest of honor, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, the King's Counsel, Commonwealth Secretary General, the Honorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, members of the Pan-African Parliament, may I begin by thanking you all for being here today and congratulating those who have taken the oath today. Thank you for the honor that you have bestowed upon us to invite us to speak at the opening of the Pan-African Parliament today. May I thank all the honorable members of Parliament who have always put the rights of the people of Palestine forward on the agenda. Thank you very much for your support. The Republic of Palestine is very honored to be represented here at the opening of Parliament. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today as you represent the voice of Africa, because we know that Africa needs to speak with one voice. It is the first time for the Speaker of the Palestine National Council to be here, and so it is my great honor to bring you the greetings of His Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Abbas and the greetings of the people of Palestine who continue to fight for the liberty of the people and the independence of the country. May I thank you once again to the President of the Pan-African Parliament as well as the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament for their election to the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament this past July. We encourage you in the work of democracy that you are carrying out. Congratulations on your appointments. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has a role to play and has worked to ensure that an end is brought to colonialism. They have fought a good fight in this regard. Unfortunately, this has always been a very difficult fight. Africa has always fought for freedom, independence, and for the entire continent, that is. And so we are here today with our friends from all African countries. We are under the same sky, and we stood to support South Africa in their fight against apartheid, which ended after a long fight and sacrifices against colonialism to ensure that African civilization can grow. The desire of the African people has always been strong to fight against the different aspects of colonialism that they had to face. And so I must express our thanks once again to the continent of Africa, the people of Africa, for being in solidarity with us in supporting the cause of the people of Palestine as we fight for the rights of the people of Palestine. We've always been friends. We've always been brothers in supporting you on the African continent. So I bring you here the greetings of the people of Palestine. We continue to fight against colonialism in our region. This has been ongoing for 74 years. We continue to fight nevertheless. We have suffered genocide as well as the deprivation of many of our rights. Many of our rights are not being upheld, and we continue to fight for our motherland. We want to ensure that we can one day arrive at independence in our for our country. We have counted hundreds of deaths, and almost on a daily basis, imprisonment is taking place. You have seen how Israel continues to attack our country, even the religious places of worship, even the history of Christianity, the sites of have been attacked, and the army continues to stand to protect Palestine from the attacks from Israel. We will never accept to become subservient to Judaism in our country. We have never accepted this. We have never accepted this in any of the cities of Palestine. We have continued to stand against the actions of the Israelis. They have been coming into the rural areas, to the farms, to burn the crops in the fields. They have carried out these actions to try and bring Judaism to all our cities, but we will continue to fight against this. We will continue to fight against the illegal construction of buildings, homes, cities in our land. We continue to fight against this. We are still standing in our countries thanks to the Almighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've come here to address you as we see that we have thousands of prisoners in Israeli jails, prisoners from our country. Many have been in jail for 20 to 25 years, like Yunus and Sheikh. He is now over 80, but is still in prison. There are many who are sick, but remain enclosed in prisons in Israel. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to state to you here, there are two colleagues who are members of the parliament who are still imprisoned in Israeli jails. Mohammed Sahadahed. You may remember that since Durban, he has been part of the campaign. This campaign was launched in Durban during the time of the late Nelson Mandela, who launched an appeal requesting the freedom of all the political prisoners. Monsieur Bahotti and Ms. who has been interacting with you since the 90s. The International Human Rights Organization took resolution against apartheid, and UN reports have been drawn up to that effect. We have evidence to show that we continue, nevertheless, to suffer from our human rights not being respected. The international commissions of the United Nations dealing with the Palestine situation and those who have been reporting on what the Israelis have been doing to not uphold the rights of the people of Palestine. The Palestinians continue, however, to demand their freedom, to demand that their rights are observed. They continue to call wherever they can, to call for their rights to be held and to continue to insist that there must be a state of Palestine that exists formally and legally from the east coast of Jerusalem. We must recover 70% of the surface area of the land of Palestine. We continue to fight for the freedom of our country to have our capital established. Unfortunately, we have not yet arrived at this. We, however, continue to demand that the inalienable rights of the people of Palestine be observed. We continue to call for the freedom that we are able to enjoy the freedom as all other peoples. We continue to call for our rights to be observed. We continue to demonstrate to the world that the violations of international law continue. We are victims of Israeli propaganda. Under the pretext that we are anti-Semitist, this is only propaganda, and this is why we continue to face challenges today with the state of Israel, who continue to attack even the Islamic religion, who continue to ensure that we live in a state of apartheid in our country. We want to see that all peoples enjoy their rights, enjoy their freedoms, and we as a people of Palestine are no less than any other people. We need our independence as well. All those who live under colonialism need to arrive at freedom to enjoy democracy. The Constitutional Court of South Africa, it's even themselves have said that we as Palestinians are not against the Jews. Africa has fought for decades against colonialism and imperialism and understand the challenges that we, the people of Palestine, continue to face. It is here in South Africa that the late Nelson Mandela, who is a symbol of Africa and a symbol to the world, has been a symbol of sacrifice and is well known globally for his wisdom and his fight. He was respected as an African leader because of the fight that he fought for freedom for his country. So we in Palestine continue to fight, and we continue to exhort you to support us as we seek the respect of our rights. We are pleased that we have been given an observer status in the African Union, and we continue to see crimes against humanity committed in our country on a day-to-day basis. We thank you for allowing us to have the observer status in the Union. We want to be a free state, and we continue to encourage you to support us as we fight against the apartheid regime of Israel in our country. We encourage you to speak with one voice in the Pan-African Parliament and throughout the world in support of Palestine, that the Palestinian immigrants can return freely to their country one day, that the resolutions of the United Nations be respected so that Palestinians can return to their countries. The political developments in our country must be allowed to flow freely. The global powers and the international community must continue to support our plight, that there should not be double standards when it comes to the freedom and rights of our people. The decisions that are taken at global level must be implemented. It is not only the State of Israel that must be recognized, but ours too. There must be an end to the populating of Palestinian areas by people of Israel. We are convinced that all African countries, particularly the Pan-African Parliament, shall continue to help us to ensure that the decisions taken by the Palestinian National Council be honored and respected at global level, that our fight will continue to be supported so that an end is brought to the crimes against humanity that are being carried out by the State of Israel in our country. We want to establish a Palestinian state. We want to be allowed to do this freely. We're against any forms of domination throughout the globe. We need the support of the entire world to free us from this colonialism that we suffer from. We continue to repeat the words of His Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Abbas, which he repeated at the UNGA in September, that Israel takes up its responsibilities. They have taken over, or they have taken thousands of Palestinians, arrested so many, deported so many, whether women, whether men, and we continue to demand that they recognize these crimes and to take responsibility for the steps that they have taken. The State of Israel has put us into very difficult situations, which you have seen today. The State of Palestine must be recognized. Over so many years have passed since the Treaty of Oslo, and up to today, we can still not dialogue with the State of Israel. Israel continues to refuse to respect our rights despite all the treaties signed, despite all the agreements, despite all the meetings. We have still not moved forward in this regard.
وفقا للمعاهدات التي تم توقيعها.
There are commitments which have been taken with the Palestinian people. For example, at the Security Assembly General, there was an appeal made by the international community for peace. This was an appeal that was made to the State of Israel, and in order to honor all the agreements which have been made between the two. So we've worked together to strengthen parliamentary work and to strengthen our work with all African parliaments to be able to be side by side with the Palestinians, and all that with international relations as well as with all international organizations, and to be able to really accompany the problem that we have. We'd like to invite you to visit Palestine, to see how Israel is basically now taking over land little by little. And I would like to say this to all African parliaments, as has already been said in various agreements of the Committee of Human Rights. We have also drawn attention to the violations of all agreements. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we have here in Africa, we have a very long history of solidarity between us. We've got very close relations. We can see today everything that's being done on the African continent in terms of health and science, technology, and we would like to thank you. And we would like to wish you to go further and to go further towards peace and security by, as has been said by Nelson Mandela, we know perfectly well that our freedom will always be less if Palestine is not free. So we should support the freedom of Palestine. Long live Africa, long live the Afro-Palestinian solidarity, long live Africa, long live Palestine. Please allow me in front of you today, in the name of the Palestinian people and in the name of the National Parliament of Palestine, to present to you, to give you a gift. This is a gift that we would like to extend to the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Please, would you come closer so I could give you this gift? This is a symbol of Jesus Christ in Bethlehem as he was attacked, in fact, by the Roman Empire. This is a souvenir. Thank you so much. The President, Honorable Sharumbira, is saying shukran in Arabic. Thank you very much.
Another loudest. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. We move to the next presenter. And I say a few words who this person is. This person is the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, a member of the Queen's Council, and also Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Before she rises to the podium, let me continue and say, Patricia Scotland was born in the Commonwealth country of the Dominica. You know Dominica. She is the 10th of the 12 children, and she grew up in London. She's the 10th out of 12 in her family, and she grew up in London. She completed her LLB honors at the London University at the age of 20. So at 20, she had completed her law degree and was called to the bar at Middle Temple at the age of 21. Her career has been marked by achieving a number of extraordinary firsts, not least of which she was to be the first woman in the more than 700-year history of the office to serve as Her Majesty's Attorney General for England and Wales and for the Northern Ireland. While holding these and other senior ministerial office, she was given the responsibility, among other things, for gender equality, domestic violence, forced marriage, and international child abduction. And from these positions, she promoted diversity and equality of opportunity, particularly for women and girls. As the only woman to have been appointed Secretary General of the Commonwealth, she is placing special emphasis on mobilizing the 56 nations of the Commonwealth to tackle climate change, including its disproportionate impact on women, and through women's enterprise to build the resilience of smaller and more vulnerable countries, eliminating domestic violence and violence against women and girls and it's another area of focus. So I call upon you now, and full salutation come to the podium. In the full salute, is Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Honourable President of the African Parliament. Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, represented here today by the Honourable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development of South Africa. Honourable members of the African Parliament, my dear brother, Honourable Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament, the Honourable Speaker of Palestinian National Council, the Secretary General of the Pan-African Parliament, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my dear brothers and sisters. Today is an historic day. It is an historic day for the Commonwealth, and it is an historic day for the African Union Parliament. It is, I believe, the first time that a Secretary General of the Commonwealth has ever addressed this august body. It is both a privilege and a pleasure for me, the 6th Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations and the first woman to hold this position in history, to address you. Representing, as I now do, 56 countries from 5 regions of the globe, 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. We in the Commonwealth are your family and your friends. The role of parliamentarians in these turbulent times has never been more important to our citizens than today. We need your courage, your wisdom, your acuity, your determination in order to lead us to a better future. And we in the Commonwealth salute this Parliament. We salute you for what you have done, but we salute you for what you will do during this session. We lawyers, and you know that I am a lawyer, like parliamentarians, are considered a dangerous breed. We challenge. We refuse to let anarchy and unfairness and inequity reign. We stand in the gap. We refuse to be silent. We fight, not with arms, but with words. We use the law as our weapon, and we wield it with skill and determination. And we must teach the next generation to do the same. Each parliamentarian here today plays a central role in setting the parameters for the next generation of parliamentarians who will have the formidable task of safeguarding the rule of law in the new and challenging context in which we now live. And I congratulate every single parliamentarian who took their oath today. The context has changed, and so has the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth transformed itself from being an institution that was built on the bones of many for the privilege of a few, to an institution advocating for the privilege of many despite the suffering of a few. The tides have changed. The modern Commonwealth came into being as a result of a combined vision that it was possible to heal the wounds of the past, to work together as equals, both of regions and races, and that we could together form a better world. Her late Majesty, the Queen, in 1953, expressed it succinctly when she said that the new Commonwealth bore no relation to the empire of the past. It was an entirely new concept built on the finest qualities of men, kindness, friendship, and partnership. There were 4 key leaders who brought the vision of the modern Commonwealth to life by their insistence upon the creation of an independent secretariat staffed by people from around the Commonwealth who would be put at the service of all. Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, and Julius Nyerere supported radical changes to the Commonwealth embodied in the Singapore Declaration. These changes witnessed the end of the British Commonwealth and the birth of a new Commonwealth, modern, inclusive, independent, and energetic. Kwame Nkrumah saw the Commonwealth as a platform to advance Pan-Africanism. Inspired by Kwame, President Julius Nyerere thought of the Commonwealth as a platform to mount opposition and campaign against apartheid in South Africa. And Kenneth Kaunda pushed for an independent secretariat. Her Majesty the late Queen Elizabeth II, who understood the thirst for change, supported and facilitated it by creating a home for the Commonwealth and its secretariat by giving them her home in London, Marlborough House, which remains until today the home of the Commonwealth Secretariat. Our history has seen us face the challenge of apartheid and defeat it. We took up arms against the threat posed by climate change in Langkawi in 1989 and declared it for what it was and what it still is, an existential threat to humanity. This set the parameters which led to the formation of the UNFCCC. The fight for climate change, for climate justice and equity, which was started more than 30 years ago in Langkawi, in Malaysia, continues. The Commonwealth's Blue Charter, the Common Sensing Initiative, the Disaster Finance Portal, the Climate Finance Access Hub, and the Living Lands Charter all are testament to the determination of the Commonwealth family of nations to defeat the threat which we now face daily. 21 member states of this Parliament are members of our Commonwealth family of nations, and they are the largest regional bloc of our family. I'm almost tempted to say, will all the members of the family please stand up? Because our 21 African members represent the voice of Africa in our Commonwealth. So everything we do, everything we have, therefore belongs to all of you, all of Africa. So when I speak now about the Commonwealth, I speak also of Africa. Every initiative, everything we have done, everything we will do will be for the Commonwealth, but it will also be for all of you, our African brothers and sisters. Because we are all facing the same storm, but we are definitely not all in the same boat, as the exogenous shocks we are facing now become more and more daunting. COVID-19 has put its tentacles into all of our regions, all of our countries, all of our homes, causing havoc. And more than 1.1 million Commonwealth citizens have died, many here on the African continent. So on our own, we know none of us have sufficient human and financial resources to meet the demands made of us by our citizens. In 2015, at Chogam in Malta, the women of the Commonwealth said this. They said, alone, we are invisible, but together we are invincible. And I believe the women of the Commonwealth were right. This Parliament has made it clear that the issues we face, including those on trade and development, are similar to the Commonwealth and similar to our connectivity agenda, which has been crafted to support our countries to accelerate growth, to meet the needs of our people, gives voice to our determination to bridge the gap in funding for the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are part of our Charter. We have, all of us, precious little time left to defeat the ills which plague us. But we need solidarity. We need to work together. We are now at code red on climate change. Debt is spiraling. The international financial system is fracturing. Interstate conflict is on the rise, and areas which have long been peaceful are showing shockingly dangerous tendency to implode. We all hoped the risk of serious conflict in Europe was a thing of the past, yet the conflict in Russia and Ukraine is leading to serious global disruption, not least in food chains. This is at the heart of the African Union's theme for 2022. These factors have combined to trigger a crisis in the price and availability of food, which has pushed at least 50 million people to the brink of starvation. According to the World Food Programme, this is the year of unprecedented hunger. They describe a ring of fire stretching around the world. This ring of fire contains many Commonwealth countries, and many of them are here in Africa. We are going through a profound political, economic, social, and moral crisis. Of the 42 Commonwealth countries which are net importers of food, 39 are developing countries. We know that the most comprehensive solutions for food insecurity are long-term, but urgent action is needed to alleviate the immediate crisis. We know that the most comprehensive solutions for food insecurity are long-term, but urgent action is needed to alleviate the immediate crisis, and I support all efforts to mobilize international support and ensure it is targeted at the most vulnerable. We must correct and prevent trade restrictions and distortions in the world agricultural markets. And we must keep supply chains open to ensure a smooth flow of food and agricultural products. But for the long term, we must continue to strive for a world in which everyone has enough, not just to survive, but to thrive. A world in which the way we produce and consume food is in concert with the planet, not in conflict with it. And a world in which our food systems are resilient and able to withstand the external shocks. We need a paradigm shift, and the starting point of any paradigm shift is smart, specific, targeted, practical action. And I want to highlight 3 areas which are vital to delivering food security and where the Commonwealth is taking practical steps to support our member countries. First is land. Climate change is putting unprecedented pressure on soil health and biodiversity, with huge implications for agriculture. Africa's food systems are especially vulnerable to climate change due to multiple stresses and low adaptive capacity. Given that agriculture accounts for 20% of Africa's GDP, this is a huge challenge. Yet, Africa is estimated to hold 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land and over 1/3 of the world's degraded land, with the potential for restoration. This illustrates the huge potential for the continent and of the continent to lead in developing climate-resilient food systems. Our flagship Commonwealth Living Lands Charter, ratified by the heads of government here on the African continent in Kigali in June, coordinates action to help Commonwealth countries deliver against the 3 Rio Conventions on climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation. And second is trade. We need to help countries produce more of the food they need locally. But even with more local development, the food systems will remain global. And the annual value of global food trade during 2019 to 2021 was $1.6 trillion, almost 10% of the total merchandise exports. In each of these years, Commonwealth countries imported food worth more than $211 billion. We are supporting our member countries with technical analysis, advice, and assistance, especially through our connectivity agenda for trade and investment, to help them exchange best practice and experiences in trade investment, undertake domestic reform, and speak with one voice within global trade negotiations. But third, to maximize our success, we must maximize our ability to deploy technology. Harnessing data is essential. There is $180 billion financing gap in agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. A data-driven agricultural sector can attract the private capital needed to fill this gap. Technology and digitalization is changing the global landscape in terms of how we live, work, and trade. New forms of statutory and regulatory provisions are needed if this change is to be undertaken in a way which is fair, transparent, and which leaves no one behind. The digital divide continues to challenge development, connectivity, education, and health. Better access to broadband internet through public access and cheaper rates means a radical change. If this penetration were to reach just 50% of the population of the Commonwealth, would raise the combined national income of members from $74 billion to $263 billion. Think about what it would mean if we could do that, not just for the Commonwealth, for every single country in Africa. We need to work vigorously to unleash the potential of the Commonwealth by narrowing the digital divide through public-private partnerships and South-South cooperation. The widespread acceptance of digital trade documents could generate an additional $1.2 trillion in trade amongst Commonwealth countries by 2026. Digitalization of trade has been my top priority to further boost the intra-Commonwealth trade and make it even more advantageous for the present level of 21% advantage of trade within Commonwealth over the trade with other countries. This will also boost generation of employment for young people in our Commonwealth. And we are working with our members for greater and more efficient trade and investment facilitation under the Digital Commonwealth banner. We will make the Commonwealth members the trade and investment destination of choice within as well as outside the Commonwealth. Women often suffer from a double digital divide in poorer countries, where there are 14% less likely than men to own a mobile phone. This means 200 million women are locked out from the benefits of mobile money services and access to information. And women have always been my focus in our digital Commonwealth agenda through mainstreaming and integrating them as the backbone of the family unit and a critical workforce in the country's economy. I am, as you know, one of 10 children. That's 7 boys, 12 children, 7 boys and 5 girls. And my mother always told me this. She said, we women never let men do anything else on their own. So why don't we help them to run the world? They need our help. And we need to do it together, men and women, hand in hand. So I will continue to work with passion for women empowerment through digital literacy and financial inclusion. A 1% increase in skills measured using a human capital index can increase the impact of internet penetration on manufacturing labor productivity in Commonwealth by roughly 7.4% on average. Digital skilling and young Commonwealth population will be skilled using an integrated Commonwealth digital platform. 60% of our Commonwealth citizens who are below the age of 30 will be skilled. And tech startups continue to be game changers under the Digital Commonwealth. And we are working with Commonwealth universities to create a virtual innovation hub for startups. It's going to be an open resource. And this will enable the organic growth of the startups within Commonwealth countries under a conducive ecosystem, and a virtual mentorship programs for the startups for young tech entrepreneurs will be created. And we are meeting as law ministers in November in Mauritius. And at that meeting of law ministers in Mauritius, we will be exploring how to craft the appropriate regulatory and statutory frameworks which would enable us to work interoperably to secure a safe space for contracting parties to work. And I am thanking all my members, all the 21 members here today, including the Honourable Minister for Justice and Constitutional Reform, because they are all going to come. And I know they'll be working hard, not only on their own behalf, but on behalf of Africa, to make sure we get this right. Because if we succeed, we will, in accordance with our long tradition in the Commonwealth, have created a platform for global partners. We hope to cover, amongst other things, licensing, disclosure requirements, prevention of market abuse, and environmental sustainability requirements. Also, an aligned implementation of the FATF's travel rule, which is the requirement in most circumstances to identify information of the sender and receiver in crypto transactions. And they are grounded on the principle of same activity, same risk, same regulation. Honourable members, today I place before you 4 challenges, and I hope you can take them to your countries and use them to push a true Pan-African transformational agenda. First is the challenge of governance. In the Commonwealth, we have trained more than 2,000 senior public service ministers, permanent secretaries, and directors on a smart approach to performance management for the public service. Oversee transformation from archaic systems to quality and accountable governance and good governance. I urge you to look at it, to adopt it, and to take it home. Second, the challenge of corruption. A recent study by the UN ECA estimates that more than $84 billion, just think of that figure, $84 billion, is lost in illicit financial flows from Africa each year. This is more than the annual health financing gap, twice the needs of the education finance gap, and it's almost equal to the amount Africa receives in remittances each year, and more than 1.5 times what Africa receives in aid. And the Commonwealth has developed the Commonwealth anti-corruption benchmarks to promote honesty, impartiality, accountability, and transparency, and provide the specific anti-corruption measures in cases where there may be no recognized international good practice. Benchmarks promote and propose measures and solutions, and it is a toolkit that makes corruption more expensive than honesty by improving systems and processes. And these benchmarks have been endorsed by all 56 leaders of our Commonwealth. Third is the challenge of trade. And I am going to beg you to help to ensure to make the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement work. Africa remains underrepresented in global trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area can reverse this trend, concluding negotiations on the agreement on rules of origin and protocols on trade in e-commerce and the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is urgent. And fourth, the challenge of justice. There is no peace without justice. and no justice without peace. Access to justice and justice transformation are not only essential, but urgent. The Commonwealth is working on innovative solutions to help our countries reconceptualize justice in a holistic manner and make the SDG 16 a reality. So in conclusion, can I say that we are already partners? Your issues are our issues. Your hurts are our hurts. Your hopes are our hopes. Your children are our children. Your future is our future. And as the great Madiba, Nelson Mandela, put it, it is not our diversity which divides us. It is not our ethnicity or religion or culture that divides us. Since we have achieved our freedom, there can only be one division amongst us, between those who cherish democracy and those who do not. Freedom is the most beautiful fruit of respect, and respect fosters unity in diversity. Diversity with a common purpose is democracy in action. And this is, my dear brothers and sisters, what this great parliament is called to defend across these beautiful lands. On our own, we are invisible. Together, we could be invincible. So let's build a better, bigger, and fairer boat so we can all survive the storms ahead. God bless Africa, God bless the Commonwealth, God bless PAP, and I thank you.
It is a great day indeed. Can we give another final louder?
And Mr. President, I hope that you will allow me to give you, on behalf of our 56 countries and 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are young, this Charter of the Commonwealth, which embodies our values, our hopes, and our dreams. I know that they are shared by this Parliament and are embodied in you. So on behalf of the whole Commonwealth, I give you this gift. I should say that each of these copies was signed by Her late Majesty the Queen in Marlborough House in 2013. So it is a memory of her, but also a memory of what we can soon achieve together.
Thank you. Thank you. Earlier on, I said she's a member of the Queen's Council. In fact, she's now a member of the King's Council. King's Council. And some of you remember, those who watched the proceedings of the laying trust of the Queen. Some of you remember, I may not remember, she was wearing, I think, a head, some cannot see, the face. She's the one who spoke at that funeral before the Prime Minister. Tony Blair said, yes. She spoke before the Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Again, another round of applause. We now, in terms of speeches, I think we are now getting to other levels. There are two speeches. I'll give mine also, but I want to do it in a slightly different way. Usually a person is introduced when they are about to speak. Then the speaker say, can you now take the podium? I'll do it differently. I'm going to give my speech now, but because I'm addressing it to you and to the guest of honor, my speech in many respects will be direct to the guest of honor. So for you to know why I'm saying what I'm saying, you need to know the person why I'm saying this to him. So I'll read the bio so that you know who is here, whom I'm addressing. Then later on, I'll ask him to come and deliver his speech after mine. As I mentioned, our guest of honor is representing the president of this great country, South Africa, President Ramaphosa. He is the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services of the Republic of South Africa. He is Minister Ronald Ozzy Lamola, and he grew up in a rural area in Bushbuckbridge in Mpumalanga. Both of his parents were farm workers. He completed his matric at Mchaka High School in Bushbuckbridge. And he went on to study at the University of Venda, where he completed, or was first elected as the president of the Student Representative Council. He was also elected as the chairperson of the South African Student Congress in Limpopo. Minister Lamola is passionate about education, and he continues to work hard for young people, moreover those in rural areas, in order for them to have access to technology, good sporting fields, and quality education to enable them to compete with their peers from affluent areas. Minister Lamola completed an ALB degree, which is a law degree, from the University of Venda. He also completed 2 master's degrees from the University of Pretoria, one in extractive law and another one in corporate law. He is an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa. He has worked in both private and public sectors. He served in a number of capacities as a legal expert. He worked for the Mpumalanga Provincial Government at head office, and also worked as a spokesperson of the Mpumalanga Premier. He's a member of the National Executive of the ANC. He's also the chairperson of the Constitutional and Legal Subcommittee of the ANC. Comrade Lamola is a former deputy president of the ANC Youth League. And he told me earlier on that he was deputy to Malema when Honorable Malema was chair of the ANC Youth League. He was the deputy. And he served several positions in the ANC at provincial level. He is currently deployed as Minister of Justice and Correctional Services in South Africa. So he's representing the president here. And the president is a member of, in the AU system, our summit or assembly of heads of state. So take him as the ears and the eyes of the African Union here. He will listen on the issues of the African Union and the other issues of Pan-African Parliament. But his CV is much longer than this. There's something that I have not read here that he told me. You see, when he arrived, we went out to receive him. And I need to say these things as a free and happy Monday. It's a happy Monday, it's official opening, we should be smiling. So when I received him from the car and we were walking, the South African press and the media came and ganged and said, Minister, say something. Then I thought it was told us about PAP, do you like PAP or these things? Then they say, can you confirm that you are running as deputy president of this country in December? And he said, yes. And the other questions they asked. And when we were in the room, he said, I've been nominated across the country to be deputy president. Then I said to myself, President Zuma is sending someone here who is, sorry. Oh, sorry. Apologies, Chief Whip. Apologies, Chief Whip. The chief of ANC is going to defend me. She's going to defend me. How can President Ramaphosa send someone to represent him here? Someone who is running for vice presidency. And I said to myself, I think he's being supported by the president for his vice. I think he's being supported. And I think he's likely to take over. And if the president is supporting him, I think in the future he may become the president. So he's being prepared, I can see. He's being groomed, I can see. So we'll give you all the issues as they are, as someone who's being groomed to be a president. Thank you very much. I hope, Honorable Majordina, you heard this stuff, and it is not Zuma. Zuma got out long back. Can I now salute everybody in this room, and I start with the vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament who are here. Our guest of honor, the Minister of Justice, and they write here constitutional development, but here it is written Justice and Correctional Services. Honorable Ronald Lamola, the Commonwealth Secretary General, Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, Right Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis, the Speaker of the Palestine National Council, Right Honorable Rawi Fatou, our honorary vice presidents, meaning those who left, and ambassadors of Pan-African Parliament, our members, distinguished honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, AU commissioners present, esteemed members of the diplomatic corps. There are certainly some ambassadors or high commissioners in this room. Our acting clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Gali, representatives of the AU, African Union organs and agencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. My speech is mainly addressed to our guest of honor, but of course, for the consumption also of our MPs and others. On behalf of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, I extend a warm and fraternal welcome to you to the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament. The session is being held under the African theme of the year, which you are all familiar with, which is building resilience in nutrition on the African continent, accelerate the human capital, social and economic development. I stand here today humbled by the enormity of the task before us and eternally grateful for the trust that members of Parliament have bestowed on our leadership and in our collective ability to accelerate the institutional development and the growth of the Pan-African Parliament. We embrace this task and the solemnity of our oath, mindful that four presidents have taken the presidential oath before I took mine, including preceding 5 bureaus and 5 parliaments of PAP. The promissory words of the oath have been spoken as much during the rising tides of prosperity and the still waters of peace as they have been during gathering of clouds of conflict and raging storms of persistent economic challenges. At these moments, Africa is carried on not simply because of the skills or vision of those in high office, but also because of the resilience of our people. As we open the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, my question to all of us is, what is going to be our place in history? What will differentiate the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament from our predecessors? I do not need to go too much into the history of this parliament, but you all know that it was a long journey before it came into existence. We start from the Abuja Treaty, June 1991, and you all know that it was only launched in 2004, which means a lot had to be taken into account before the parliament was launched. So Your Excellency, who is also the Minister of Justice of South Africa, when you consider that the AU it was OAU then, from 1991 in Abuja, worked very hard all the way through to Libya suit 1999, and then in Togo, July 2000, when the AU adopted the Constitutive Act of the African Union, with Pan-African Parliament as one of the organs of the AU in Togo, and then launched 2004. Your Excellency, I'm raising this to see that the African Union deliberately, consistently, energetically put resources, energy, effort, and time to have this parliament on this continent. It is not by accident that we have PAP. It's not by accident that we have PAP. If we go into detail, you find that the heads of state at every level tried to make sure that we have such a parliament. And now we have this parliament. And they say in Article 17 that the Pan-African Parliament is going to be an organ that is going to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the economic development and integration of this continent. The PAP thus enjoys the pride of place as the supreme representative organ in the African Union governance architecture. It was deliberate that PAP should be there. In fact, the Pan-African Parliament is the third in the hierarchy of AU organs. It is number 3. You all know this. In order to give practical effect to its mandate of ensuring full participation of the African peoples in the affairs of the continent, Article 18 of the PAP protocol provides that, and I quote, the Pan-African Parliament shall work in close collaboration with the parliaments of the regional economic communities and the national parliaments of or other derivative bodies, end of quote. That's why with ECOWAS today, it will be our desire to invite all the regional parliaments on the continent, but at least with ECOWAS today, showing that our mandate cannot be fulfilled without working with regional parliaments and national parliaments. And we are doing exactly that. Therefore, the presence here today of the ECOWAS representatives and in the speech, there's the Arab League. The Arab League was coming, but they have another meeting in Algeria. But fortunately, we have Palestine with us. And a very powerful speech was delivered. So speakers of national and regional parliaments that we've been working with them is a clear demonstration that we work with everybody. We've gone even further than that by spreading our wings to establish mutually beneficial relationships with the European Parliament, the Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth, represented by Secretary General here today, and other parliaments beyond the continent. Our aim is to ensure that the voice of African people also finds its expression in the global development agenda. The interests of Africa should always find space on the global discussion table. And who better to articulate them than the people's elected representatives, Pan-African Parliament? We must not lose sight, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, let's not lose sight of the fact that in establishing the Pan-African Parliament, the aim of the founders, of this parliament, as espoused in Article 2.3 of the PAP protocol, was for the PAP to evolve into an institution with full legislative powers whose members are elected by universal adult suffrage. The executive arm of the continental governance matrix is firmly in place and fully empowered to play its role through the summit. The judicial body stands in the form of the judicial, human rights, and legal organs as the African Court on Human and the People's Rights and the African Court of Justice. What ought to be the legislative arm, the Pan-African Parliament, remains the missing part of the continental governance matrix. Indeed, while the PAP exists and has returned to operational functionality after almost 2 years, the PAP remains a consultative and advisory body. We thus need the Malabo Protocol to strengthen the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the continental governance agenda if we are to leave an indelible footprint on the lives of the African citizenry. As it stands, we've taken the initiative to develop model laws which provide benchmarks for member states to identify gaps in national legislation and improve their laws in matters pertaining to the respect of human rights, the consolidation of democratic institutions, and the culture of democracy, as well as the promotion of good governance and the rule of law. The journey towards the ratification of the Malabo Protocol has not been easy, but we remain energized by the people whose sacred mandate we carry, and we shall continue pushing for that. Your Excellency, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to zero in on the business of the first ordinary session, which will be guided by our theme for the year 2022, Building Resilience in Nutrition Africa and Accelerate the Human Capital, Social and Economic Development. Admittedly, this theme could not be more timely given the tragic circumstances that we find ourselves as a continent. The COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the Russian-Ukraine conflict, have exposed the glaring inadequacies in our own skilled economies. It is tragic that up to this day, Africa remains a net importer of food, although it is 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. What makes it even more sad reading is that throughout Africa, 25 countries import maize. So 25 countries import more than a third of their wheat from Ukraine and Russia, and have naturally experienced a fallout from the conflict. Disruptions to wheat supplies from Russia and Ukraine are clearly having major repercussions on food and security and nutrition across the continent. Additionally, over 8 million children under 5 years are stunted. and 58.7% of those stunted are in Africa. Only 7 member states have stunting rates below 19%, and 38 African states have women's anemia prevalence rates of more than 30%, while 20 African states have more than 70% prevalence rates for vitamin A supplementation. If this does not force us to revive our policies, if this does not force us to re-examine our investment in agriculture and food self-sufficiency, then nothing else will. It thus remains imperative that as the African Parliament, we must continue to interrogate the continent's policies and programs towards enhancing food security and nutrition. This is in line with Article 3.5 of the PAP Protocol, which enjoins us to contribute to a more prosperous future of the peoples of Africa by promoting collective self-reliance and economic recovery. Now, speaking of themes and interrogating our policies reminds me of another critical point of reflection on which we cannot remain silent. Undoubtedly, the themes that the AU proposes every year are guided by the lived realities of our common challenges in Africa and must be treated as such. Sadly, we treat these themes like annual projects with a definitive start and end date, which we forget soon after the next theme is adopted. Today, we are focusing on food security and nutrition, and come 2023, we will abandon this theme for a new one, regardless of whether we've made meaningful progress in addressing issues of food security and nutrition or not. In 2021, we adopted and ran with the theme Arts, Culture, and Heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. Yet in 2020 and in 2021, will go down in history as 2 of the worst years for the cultural and creative industries due to the ravages of COVID-19 pandemic, which destroyed the livelihoods of some of our arts ambassadors, some permanently. Have we taken time to evaluate the progress we made in using the creative economy as a tool for post-COVID recovery and prosperity? Similarly, we dubbed the year 2020 as the year of silencing the guns. Yet, violent coups and unconstitutional challenges of government have become even more prevalent, with some countries even experiencing coups within coups. Just 2 days ago, 2 car bombs were triggered in the Somali capital, Mogadishu, killing 100 people and injuring over 300. Others, because of terrorism. What has happened to the declaration of silencing the guns in 2020? If in 2022 we have bombings, we have coups, what happened to the theme of silencing the guns? 2019 theme, the year of refugees, returnees, and internally displaced persons, towards durable solutions to forced displacement in Africa. Ironically, our failure to silence the guns and build resilient economies has led to continued displacement of our people. Esteemed dignitaries, Your Excellency, Africa is riddled by a myriad of challenges that have hindered social, political, economic growth in our countries. These include, but are not limited to, peace and security issues, including civil wars, unconstitutional change of governments, food insecurity, poverty, hunger, growing energy crisis, and famine, which inadvertently has been caused by the scourge of climate change that has swept across the globe. Natural disasters have also not been spared on our continent, while exogenous factors, through the imposition of sanctions on some member states, have also exacerbated our plight. Sadly, come 2023, we'll move on to the next theme and completely forget the preceding year's theme, notwithstanding the lack of progress. This brings us to the issue of the role of Pan-African Parliament. In all these issues, what is our role? Clearly, the Pan-African Parliament has a critical role, Mr. President. It has to ensure that these themes are followed to logical conclusions. That's one of our critical areas. That member states keep pursuing this. It is clearly within our mandate as the Continental Oversight Organ to continue following up on the effective implementation of the policies and programs of the Union, notwithstanding the fact that a particular theme has elapsed. Rule 4.1 of our rules of procedure and Article 3.1 of the protocol enjoins us to, as PAP, that we should facilitate the implementation of policies, objectives, and programs of the Union and oversee their effective implementation by the various organs of the Union. The question is, are we doing this? The other one says we should promote human and people's rights, consolidate democratic institutions and the democratic culture, good governance, transparency, and the rule of law by all organs of the Union, regional economic communities, and member states. We thus have a responsibility to ensure that actions continue to be taken to silence the guns. The fact-finding and the conflict resolution missions that we've carried out in the past to respond to this obligation. We have an obligation to oversee the implementation of policies and the programs to mitigate forced displacement. It's incumbent upon us to facilitate and oversee the implementation of all the policies, objectives, and programs of the African Union, including Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area, amongst others. If we are to be an effective parliament, so we have an enormous responsibility. Now, your President, all this was said and all done, but we have certain bottlenecks, stumbling blocks, challenges that make us not realize our energy and enthusiasm. And Your Excellency, I would like you to pay attention to this. You see, the Pan-African Parliament, when it started, had a better support. But in the last 5 years, Your Excellency, our budget has dwindled, has diminished from 22 million annually to 11, is from 50% taken out. At 22 million, we were saying the money, this budget is not enough at 22. What of at 11? It only means we are dead. And the people of Africa say, what is PAP doing? Everybody, even ministers, what are you doing? They then forget that they took away the resources from the parliament. We don't have the resources. And please share this with the President Ramaphosa Cyril of this country, that I think we may need a special meeting with the President hosting us as a parliament. I believe you also take interest in ensuring that we are an effective parliament on the continent. So that reduction shows that we have a problem. They've taken away all the money. And I need to add that at 11 million, the staff emoluments, staff remuneration only is 11 point something million of the, so it's 8 point of the 11. So the budget of 2 point something million is not even enough to hold our statutory meetings in March, May, August, October. That amount can only make us hold one statutory meeting. Now, we have committees that are basically redundant because they can't meet, they can't go out on missions to investigate issues on the continent. There's no money. It is actually currently zero. We call it, budget for mission is actually zero. So we are saying, please, through our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, this thing can change. Now, more laughable, Your Excellency, because we have no money, apart from that inability to do anything, more laughable is the issue of election observation missions. Every election on the continent, as you know, is everybody send the election observation mission. And we've been doing that as a parliament with excellence. But currently we have no money, not even a cent to observe. And what it means is that, as you know, the AU, the European Union, including their parliament, are very aggressive by nature and adventurous by nature. They observe almost every election on this continent. So we have, because we don't have our own mission as a continental parliament, the continental parliament from Europe observes on our behalf. And we have to read their report as to what happened in Africa. Your Excellency, we need to address these issues. And as the late great Nigerian author Chinua Achebe would say, and I quote, "We are allowing the outsider to mourn louder than the bereaved. We are abdicating our space and our people's voice to foreign nations." In addition, there's no allocation for fact-finding missions throughout, for which PAP can monitor effectively the implementation of AU policy and programs. The allocation to communities is also not sufficient for a sitting, let alone oversight activities. We thus continue to appeal to you and to the PRC for better budget allocations. I think we must harness the positive spirit expressed by the Executive Council at the Mid-Year Coordination Summit in Lusaka this year, at which foreign ministers stood up and said, let's give money to PAP in July. Very well supported, 100%. But when your ambassadors sit in Addis and they start to do their supplementary budget, it was totally a different government from that government of the heads of state. They see things totally different. Admittedly, some of the factors that are causing us poor performance are to do with the need to reorganize PAP itself, to strengthen itself internally. And we did this, we met in August with the strategic reorientation workshop, and we identified a number of issues that need to be improved. One of them are our own rules of procedure, which were issues were pointed out by our regional caucus has pointed out a number of issues. And then the issues of, and I want to say this, currently the AU is undergoing institutional reforms across the union, all organs. They are reforming. And they've said to us, this is an opportunity for you as PAP also to re-examine your own institutional arrangements, your organizational structures, and make proposals where there are weaknesses. For example, a common one in Israel is the issue of the research. This parliament does not have a research unit. Imagine in all your national parliaments you have researchers, dedicated researchers, qualified researchers. We do not have. So part of these reforms is for PAP to say we need researchers in our structure and make proposals. Part of this is also about our own committees. I hear some say, no, you don't agree, there's no budget. No. The reforms will take care of any budget implications if what you are doing is reasonable. It's our time also to look at the weaknesses in the way we are structured, to make sure that our committees are properly structured, and we have such focus committees, because we are in the reform process. And Professor Mukogo, the AU is in charge of these reforms, is actually coming over to PAP to get those proposals that can improve the way we operate. In the Secretariat, indeed, they also need to strengthen some units that are like now. We have only one person in the media unit. Yet we are crying every day for visibility. But our media is manned by one person for the continent. Those are issues that we should look at for reform. Committee clerks, we need to restructure, ensure that we strengthen that area and we move forward. Anyway, in conclusion, I reiterate the question that what will be our place in history? What legacy will we leave behind? I do not know about you, but I would like to be remembered as a leader of a continental parliament that both spoke and acted in the interest of the people on this continent. I want us to be remembered as a parliament that went beyond political rhetoric. We want to be remembered as a parliament that went beyond political rhetoric and played its part in the continental governance matrix to better the lives of the people of Africa. As the motivational speaker, Emesoba George, rightly stated, as the motivational speaker said, the greatest legacy anyone can leave behind is to positively impact the lives of others. Whatever you add value to other people's lives, you are unknowingly leaving footprints on the sand of time that live on even after your demise. To that end, in line with the AU theme of the year, we commit ourselves as the Pan-African Parliament to encourage member states to honor the Maputo Declaration on Agriculture and ensure that they allocate at least 10% of their budget to agriculture. Encourage member states to ensure the provision of appropriate incentives to agriculture, such as insurance to farmers and other input support. And also recommend to the Union, African Union, to support member states to engage in industrialization for value addition to agricultural produce as part of the African Continental Free Trade area. And recommend also that the African Union to enhance support to financial institutions for agricultural financing, and request member states to undertake deliberate programs that ensure access to nutritious food for children, and especially those under 5 years. We also commit to call for the silencing of the guns and breaking the cycle of conflicts and insecurity in the eastern region, DR Congo, Somalia, northern Mozambique, and including through promotion of inter-community dialogues and projects, as well as fighting impunity for serious crimes. Call upon the AU member states that have not yet done so to ratify the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the free movement of persons, right of residence, and the right of establishment, and promote constant dialogue between nations and communities. Request the AU member states to urgently remove trade tariffs and barriers to facilitate and accelerate the free movement of goods on the continent. Call upon the African Union to provide the required budgetary, technical, and logistical support to enable the PAP to effectively discharge its mandate as a continental parliament. Organize PAP sittings in member states to enhance visibility and put in place a robust program, including instituting open days to allow the public to interact with PAP members and be sensitized on the operations of the PAP. Before I finally close, just want to address again the President, Representative Minister Lamola, that PAP has been in existence since 2004, and we have what is called the host country agreement. And in that host country agreement, that's for South Africa to qualify to host. There is an agreement with the AU. There's a number of issues in that agreement that need to be implemented. And one of them is a permanent building for PAP. These are rented premises. So we are appealing to South Africa through you to say, I think this is an issue that needs now to be addressed. There is the issue of IDs, diplomatic IDs for MPs. You used to issue them. You used to issue these. But in the recent past, we see that that was stopped, but it's part of the host country agreement. And we will be, and I'll even talk to you after this, requesting for submitting with a small team of members here, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and His Excellency the President, because he's hosting us. And it's good that sometimes he finds time to have a cup of tea with some of his neighbors. We're also somewhat his neighbors, because we are staying somewhere within Johannesburg. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming. Thank you very much for being here. I think you can clap louder than this. Thank you, because with what I said about your CV and your potential in the future, I believe that we have spoken to the right person with the right influence in the system of government. And some of these requests will soon be realized. And on this note, I call upon the representative of the President, and don't think I'll get it wrong again, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-Africanist Parliament, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, the Palestinian Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Rahui Fatu, the Speaker of ECOWAS, Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis, the Speaker of the Assembly, the Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all distinguished guests in the House. The government of the Republic of South Africa extends its congratulations to the President and the Bureau that has assumed its work in earnest. We also welcome the new members of the Pan-African Parliament, whom I believe have undergone a capacity building session this past weekend. I would like to share some reflections which will include the work that will be done during the session on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. These reflections should help us to advance our programs on the continent as we share the best practices on various issues, as we consider various model laws that will be debated during the session, which forms the basis of our work as the envisaged legislative organ of the African Union. This work should also help us advance our socio-economic development as well as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law as individuals, representatives of our states, through the strengthening of accountability mechanisms at the national level, but also help us to forge common pathways forwards towards regional and continental integration. A vision which was foreseen by one of the African greatest sons, Pixley Isaac Aseme, whose name is recorded in history as one of the founders of the African National Congress. He said the following, and I quote, the African already recognizes his anonymous position and desire for change. The brighter day is rising upon Africa.
Already I seem to see her chains dissolved, her deserted plains red with harvest, her Abyssinia and her Zululand, the seeds of science and religion, reflecting the glory of the rising sun from the spires of their churches and the universities. Her Congo, her Gambia, whitened with commerce, her crowded cities sending forth the hum of business, and all her sons employed in advancing the victories of peace, greater and more abiding than the spoils of war. Close quote. This past week, the various caucuses settled the issue of the rotation in serving in the various structures of this organ. We are encouraged by this development as it forms the basis of a rules-based multilateral system that is predictable. Similarly, we hope that the rules of procedure that are being amended will build on that progress. Honorable members, you are meeting under the theme in 2022, the African Union titled The Strengthening Resilience in Nutrition and Food Security on the African Continent. Strengthening agro-food systems, health and social protection systems for accelerated human, social, and economic capital development, which could not have been more apt given the challenges that our continent is facing, which include hunger and lack of food security for many of our people. The current geopolitical context, characterized by uncertainty, nationalism, and polarization, and compounded by the impacts of climate change, amongst which our continent is the hardest hit, continues to present challenges for food security and nutrition in our continent. As you well know, healthy and well-nourished citizens, modern agriculture for increased productivity and production are some of the key goals included in the African Union Agenda 2063, the agenda we want. I believe that the model law on food and nutrition security in Africa, discussed during the committee sitting held in August 2022, provides guidance on how best to align these functions of food security and nutrition, which tend to be located in the ministries of agriculture and health, respectively. One of the tools that will also give us an indication of the progress we have made, including on the issues of hunger, poverty, as well as of unemployment of the youth, is the review of the first 10-year implementation of the Pan-African Agenda 2063 next year. Africa is a youthful continent. We must unlock the food potential of the young citizens of our continent to contribute to food security and the advancement of technology and the economy of the continent. I would like to encourage all of us to follow that process closely, as it has a bearing on the promotion of accountability at the national level, especially on the socio-economic plans that we have adopted. The African Continental Free Trade Area is also one of the tools at our disposal to contribute to greater integration, but it will require the finalization of the harmonization of standards across the continent and the streamlining of our supply chains, amongst others. Much depends on the progress that we make at the national level to adopt the relevant legislation that will allow the commencement of preferential trade, for instances, on trade in goods. Encouraging progress is being registered on the agreed 5 priority areas, being finance, transport, tourism, communication, and professional sectors. Another area that we can exploit to realize the aspirations of the African peoples is to work with the African diaspora, who can help build the much-needed skills for future careers in our continent, as well as contribute to the transfer of technology, which we sorely need. Citizens' engagement is another area. I heard the President speaking also in this area. That could be strengthened, and I would like to encourage you to consider standing platforms, mechanisms for youth engagements, as well as civil society, because of its research capacity, the promotion of accountability. which is at the core of the work of parliamentarians. Work is ongoing on the issue of the empowerment of women and the gender parity, as evidenced by the 13th Conference on Women's Empowerment and Inclusion in Governance, scheduled on the 3rd of November 2022. Mr. President, the Pan-Africanist Parliament has an important mandate of contributing to the strengthening of the culture of democracy, good governance, and the rule of law in the continent. This includes through the implementation of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which provides a framework for elections monitoring on our continent. Some of our countries have held elections this year. Still more are expected to hold them in the year 2023. We need to interrogate the responsibility of the PAP as an institution in supporting the AU. The high-level parliamentary dialogue on democracy, human rights and governance that are scheduled to have during this session, as well as the roundtable on advancing democratic governance, will contribute towards that effort. The current population of Africa is 1.4 billion people as based on the latest estimates. Africa population is equivalent to 16.72% of the total world population. Africa ranks number 2 amongst regions of the world, ordered by population. The median age in Africa is 19.7 years. We cannot continue to govern the same way we have been governing in the past. Corruption and misgovernance should never define us. Instead, Africa should be defined by digitization, innovation, world-class infrastructure, and modernization of the African continent. As our continent has always been a reservoir of innovation and dynamic leadership, we need a generation across the continent that will give rise to the ideas of the likes of Professor Al Mazrui, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Jean-Martin Cisse, Thomas Sankara, Nelson Mandela, Samora Machel, and many more great science of our soil. I am pleased to know that you will have a debate on the performance review of the report of the Pan-Africanist Parliament, which will give an indication of the areas that need to be strengthened. We expect that the discussion will be robust with a view to building on the progress that has been made. Furthermore, in order to strengthen the mandate of the PAP such that it becomes a legislative organ of the African Union, as envisaged in the 2014 Malabo Protocol, I would like to appeal to all parliamentarians to continue the advocacy work for the ratification of the aforementioned 2014 Malabo Protocol, so that it may enter into force as soon as possible. South Africa is seized with the process of ratification of the Malabo Protocol, and we hope to report good news in this regard in the near future. Finally, I wish to reiterate on behalf of the government of South Africa the government's commitment to provide all the necessary support to facilitate the work of the Pan-African Parliament. In this respect, the South African government remains resolute that the permanent precinct of the Pan-African Parliament is finalized, and my government has made good progress in resolving the issues that have been obstacles in this regard. Our goal is to ensure that the African Union's organs hosted in South Africa are hosted under one roof. I have also noted the budgetary challenges and the other issues related to host counter agreement that the president of PAP was raising earlier on. And I commit to convey such to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, and my colleague at International Relations. You have indeed given the message, Mr. President, to the right messenger. It will be duly delivered.
Thank you.
With these words, I wish to declare the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament officially opened. Thank you very much.
Can we rise and can we rise? Thank you, thank you very much. Can take our seats. Thank you very much for that speech and the promises you have made. And you know, I like talking to you because you are of the youthful generation who is action-oriented. Baroness Scotland said 60% of the population, in some cases 66%, are the youth. So we are promoting the youth. I said we is a mandate to be happy about. And I'm happy that we are all happy. And don't mind, I'm free to say certain things that politicians cannot say. He is the possible Vice President of South Africa, very soon, maybe December. And we have another one in this chamber. We need to say these things happily. It's democracy. So we have one of our members also aspiring, who registered last week to contest as president for his party in his country. Yes, right, and is he here? And you know him, the Honorable Sampa of Zambia. Yes, we have to be not about gossip. This is democracy. Last week he picked papers in his political party, and he is now seeking nomination as president of his party in Zambia. So it's not a secret, and these are the youth. We want to see them tomorrow governing Africa. Yes, so one of Sampa, Prince Ramora, may take us further. Thank you very much. We now request the second Vice President, Dr. Gayo, to deliver the vote of thanks.
His Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Cherbura, the Honorable Vice Presidents of Pan-African Parliament, the Minister of Justice and the Constitutional Development of the People of the Republic of...
Sorry, order. I think some people are also delivering their own speeches from the floor. There is only one person delivering his speech. Thank you.
I think now I'm alone. His Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Cherbura, the Honorable Vice President of Pan-African Parliament, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ronald Lamola, the Commonwealth Secretary General, Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, Right Honorable Sidi Mohammed Tunis, the Speaker of the Palestinian National Council, Right Honorable Rahawi Fataw, honorary vice presidents of and ambassadors of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, AU commissioners here present, esteemed members of the diplomatic corps, the acting clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Gali, representatives of African Union organs and agencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. On behalf of the Bureau of Pan-African Parliament, the entire membership of the Pan-African Parliament, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to extend our profound appreciation to our distinguished guests of honor, Honorable Minister Ronald Lamola, for gracing us with his presence and officially opening the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Allow me, on behalf of the Bureau, to request Honorable Minister Lamola to convey our sincere apologies to His Excellency President Ramaphosa for the late invitation to officially open this session. That notwithstanding, it is a mark of His Excellency. The President Ramaphosa emphatic leadership that he still responded to our plea through belated and assigned Honorable Minister Lamola to officially open our session. We are indebted to both His Excellency President Ramaphosa and Honorable Minister Lamola for setting aside his busy schedule to respond to the cry from the Pan-African Parliament at very short notice. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and rest assured that in the future the invitation will be extended well ahead of time. Let me also convey our appreciation to the Commonwealth Secretary General, Right Honorable Barnes Patricia Scotland, for making time in her hectic schedule to attend this session and deliver a solidarity statement. We are mindful that your itinerary did not initially included detour through the Pan-African Parliament. The fact that you are here amidst a very tight schedule to the value that you place on the Pan-African Parliament and the potential for strong bilateral relations between the Pan-African Parliament and the Commonwealth. We hope this visit will be the first of many, and we look forward to exploring areas of mutual collaboration between the PAP and the Commonwealth for the common good of our people. It would be remiss of me to mention Right Honorable Barnes, Scotland, without mentioning the person who made her visit here possible, our very own Ambassador Motsepe. Ambassador Motsepe, you have proven once again that you are a woman of your own word and a woman of action. In this world where empty promises are thrown around without regard to the consequences, you are an indecent light that upholds valor and integrity. We applaud your commitment to the Pan-African Parliament, and we admire your tireless energy in support of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. The world would be a much better place with more women like you. Allow me to express Our grateful thanks to the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament and the Speaker of the Palestine National Council for the steering words of solidarity. As the President, Honorable Chief Charumbura has already indicated, the PAP protocol and our rules of the procedure enjoin us to continue collaborating with the regional economic communities, national parliament, and other organs in pursuit of the betterment of the lives of our people. We shall not deviate from that path for the lives of the present generation and the future of the posterity depends on our collective efforts in the support and integrated and prosperous Africa that determines its own destiny and selfhood. To the members of the Pan-African Parliament, I can only take my hat off for your committed attendance despite the difficulties that our national parliament are facing and the lack of initiatives at the PAP. Your selfless sacrifice, born of the Pan-African Parliament spirit, and your commitment to your sacrosanct mandate as the people's elected representatives is an example which Africa must follow. Thank you for prioritizing the work of the Pan-African Parliament and your invaluable role in this august continental institution. Allow me to conclude by thanking all our distinguished guests, representatives of AU organs, development partners, international organizations, and members of the media for gracing this occasion. I must also applaud our acting clerk, Mr. Gali Massa Haru, and all the staffs behind the screen for working delightfully in ensuring the successful convening of this session. Finally, I must commend the Bureau led by His Excellency President Charumbura for the transformative leadership it continues to provide in driving the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. I wish you all the fruitful deliberations and engaging first ordinary session. አመሰግናለሁ። ዳንኪ መርሲ ቡኩ ሳቦንጋ ሹክራን አሳንተ ሳና ዝኩሙ ኩዋምቢሊ ታታንዳ thank you.
Your Excellency, Bureau members, honorable members, on this note, we've come to the end of our proceedings this morning. We now break for lunch, but we'll have a photo session once you go out to the right, you know, our usual garden area for photos. We'll go and group there for photo session. Then we go for lunch. Then we have our usual caucus, regional caucus meetings the whole afternoon. And there are some committees that are meeting. But the clerk will announce the details of the meetings this afternoon. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. I have an announcement on the regional caucuses that shall be meeting. These will take place from 1400 hours to 1600 hours in the following rooms. The regional caucus for Central Africa will be in Committee Room 2. The Eastern Africa Caucus will hold their meeting in Committee Room 3. Northern African Regional Caucus will be in meeting room 1. Southern Africa Regional Caucus will be in committee room 8. And the West African Regional Caucus will meet here in the chamber. These caucus meetings will begin at 1400 and will continue until 1600 hours. Now, the committees that were not able to meet or to finalize their work will also hold meetings. These will be from 1600 to 1800 hours in the following committee meeting rooms. The Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution will hold their meeting in Committee Room 3. The Committee on Health, Labor and will be in Committee Room 2, I beg your pardon, and then Committee Room 5 will be the Communication Committee. So, as I said, these committees will begin their meetings at 1600 hours following the regional caucuses. Thank you very much.
Interpreters, we don't have a communications committee, so maybe may want to put it clearer. Can we all be settled, seated, whether you are in the chamber, main chamber, or as a visitor? This is not the time to move around. Can you take your seats? Those people moving over there, I see that one in a brown suit. Can you sit down? Can we have order as we close? Let's have order. Right, proceed, Mr. Clerk.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je reprends pour les commissions.
Very much, Honorable President. So the committees that will be meeting from 1600 hours until 1800 hours will be in the following committee rooms. We have the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, Committee Room 3. Then we have the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs, Committee Room 2. Then we have the Committee on Transport, Communications, Energy, Science and Technology will be in Committee Room 5. So this is from 1600 to 1800 hours.
The regional caucuses, you meet from 2 to 4. So regional caucuses, please finish at 4 to enable other members to go and attend the committee meetings. So we get to adjourn, and as we adjourn, we meet tomorrow in chamber at 9. And we'll have to close off the AU anthem to be sung as our last item. Thank you. Stand up.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victor song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fils et filles de l'Afrique, chers du soleil, chers du ciel, faisons de l'Afrique l'arbre de vie. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, filhos, filhas da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África cor da vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind.
Thank you. Take your seats. So that you allow His Excellency the Bureau to take the lead to the photo session, and you follow.
Yeah, as I'm talking, but make sure you capture this. Shukran indeed. Make sure you capture it. Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Can you please also use mine? Then I can.
I'm
I
going
can
to
also
share.
send. It's
I'm going
very
to-
good quality.
You do take.
This one
take. Are you taking? Yeah, in the name of Jesus and the Holy Spirit. We have to.
May you please use this one, please?
Can I see?
Room 2, room 3, room 1, room 8.
You wrote it down, eh? I'm supposed to move this thing. I'm just wondering if it is movable because of this cable.
Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
Introduce.
Which side? That side. First of Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the minister is always there. He is fetching the president. Yes. Across. Yevo.
There's a woman called Yvette.
Yes. Okay. Everyone is this one. Mr. President. Happy, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are going to open by you providing. No, yeah, no, we want you to welcome and open as the owner of the house, Mr. President, and then invite your guests to. Okay, sure.
Your Excellency, Minister representing President Ramaphosa, the media is, as usual, very keen to engage further beyond the speeches. So I invite the media to, I don't know if I say to comment, whether I say questions, maybe just have comments. Can we proceed? Jeff.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Mine is more of a request, if possible, that we can address in a vernacular language of the President's choice as well as yours for more of our audiences. Thank you, sir.
Diversity of languages, even in our own countries. If he speaks Zulu, really, some will not even get him, but as you wish.
Yes, thank you, sir. He can proceed. I had requested, he said he speaks in Juvenda. If he's amicable to addressing us in that language. Thank you, sir.
I think we don't have the questions. Nobody is asking any question. Yes. Can I have a piece of paper? You never know. I may want to write.
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Kumba from SABC Channel Africa. I would like to ask Mr. President, you talked about a kind of financial crisis within the Parliament, saying that there's no money, there's no budget, even to cover some of the operations such as observations in elections within Africa. So my question is, with this issue of the budget, how are you planning to function for, let's say, for the remaining sessions, and especially for next year, who's coming quite a bit loaded with the post-COVID economic recovery that everybody is talking about? Thank you. Yes, sir.
I thought you were going to say, now representing the President of South Africa, you have heard that this Parliament is constrained. How are you going to talk to President Ramaphosa to assist? We've made our appeal to minister to the President of this country, the host country. Anyway, to be more direct, it is true. It is true that the budget of PAP has since been cut progressively over the 5 years. No, we can't use the word progressively. We should say regressively. You are experts in grammar. Eh? It's regressively because it has been going down. Progressively means going up. So regressively going down over the past 5 years to about 50% of what it was 5-6 years ago. And the fact that for 2 years, 2020, 2021, PAP was out of business, was not meeting, was not conducting its normal business. It appeared as if it's normal, because there was no money, there was no activity, no session, no sittings. So nobody felt it, that such a financial position is untenable for a parliament like PAP. We are pursuing a retreat, and this is basically the most important part of my answer. A retreat with the ambassador of the African Union, a retreat with PAP, probably for 3 days, so that we share facts, figures, operations of Pan-African Parliament in great depth, because we believe we have not been, or PAP is not well understood as a parliament. Our wing as a legislative arm of the AU is unique in terms of structure, in terms of business. It's not the normal administrative type of work that other organs conduct. Ours is to be out with the people, and we do work through committees. If committees are not funded, it means the engine is not functioning, and a vehicle may not move. That's a fact about any parliament, because the process starts from committees meeting within their mandate of health, their mandate of agriculture, and then they go out. They conduct research, they go out to the public. The public makes an input. We do reports at committee level that goes to the plenary here. We then debate, make recommendations and resolutions, which we submit to the heads of state when they meet at the assembly level. Like in this case, in February, we submit to the heads of state a report, which we would have recommendations. So when the committees are not functioning, what do we then report? Basically, that's the point. But we are meeting the PRC, we hope so, because that retreat actually is also contained in the decisions of the Executive Council. The foreign ministers, when they met in July this year in Lusaka, they all agreed that PAP needs to be funded. Unfortunately, after their pronouncements, the real people who implement are what we call the PRC, Permanent Representative Council. And in that council are the ambassadors representing member states of the AU in Addis. And there's a committee on issues of budget. So we have not had much joy in terms of being funded, but we believe the retreat may unlock some of those issues. Thank you.
SABC? Kaya?
Hi, good day to you, Mr. President. It's Kylie Kumali here from SABC News. The last time we spoke to you, you were talking about the issue of repositioning this parliament in terms of making sure that it remains a formidable institution. I just want to know how far are you since your election with its program, and maybe just to get your reaction or two to the current peace talks underway in South Africa with the Ethiopian government and the Tigray force. I mean, what would be your wish? Because I see that peace and security is right at the center of this gathering. And just for you, Madam Secretary General from Commonwealth, you highlighted, the very turbulent times that we live in. What can this Parliament do in terms of making sure that we tackle the cost of living crisis, energy crisis, and many other, a myriad of issues that you do face? And maybe just a brief one for you, Minister. Just in terms of the youth in the continent, what can they expect from this Parliament? I mean, if we talk about the demographic dividend and knowing that we have a significant number of young people in the continent, what can this Parliament do to remain relevant with young people? Thank you so much.
Proceed by in terms of order of questions. If it's order, then I'll start. The repositioning is actually ongoing. Repositioning means we now effectively deliver. We move from a position where people judge us as not visible, not doing anything. We, after the workshop, our committees, the 10 permanent committees plus the audit committee, women's caucus, youth caucus, have been meeting, conducting business. Our women's caucus was recently in Ethiopia, among other women, and are seeking to assert ourselves. But more importantly, Kumalo, my brother, I think you have it in your calendar also. This week, on Thursday, we are hosting the Women's Conference with representatives across the world. And we've said the theme will be empowering women. We are being more visible and pursuing matters practically. So we have women in this chamber from across the continent and elsewhere, talking about women's issues and agreeing and making recommendations on how we can uplift and even reposition the women themselves from being viewed as the substitute or people who come after men have performed. We need to be seen as equals in all aspects of life. So we are being practical, and as repositioning ourselves, we are very active now on the issue of agriculture. Other than just talking, our agriculture committee is now engaged with the Food and Agriculture Organization. We want to go to national parliaments with practical steps. Some of it I read it on my concluding part of my speech Are the countries implementing the Maputo Declaration, for example? If they've done, what are the other constraints that we should share with the heads of state? And we'll pursue every sector more actively, although we have this constraint of resources. But we will not cry and say we'll sit because there are constraints. PAP is now moving to an image of an active PAP, to an image of a better organized PAP. You are aware that our image was tainted mainly in 2021, May, June, where we had serious, can I use a more relaxed word, squabbles over elections or some disputations over rotation. That we've gone beyond. That we've gone beyond. It's part of reinventing, repositioning PAP to be a parliament that's now very serious with business. And we keep repeating the functions of PAP in terms of the protocol, deliberately, that we should be engaged with the AU programs, policies, and policies and other directives, so that we make sure that what the AU says, what every organ of the AU says in terms of programs, Agenda 26, where are we? And the PAP should be visible in projecting the continent in terms of its programs, policies, successes, and other evaluation and monitoring mechanisms. So we've been part of that monitoring and evaluation of AU programs, regional economic communities, regional parliaments, national parliaments. I think we are more confident in riding on the correct path. Previously, sometimes we concentrated, you see, the reports were more of activity reports. Previously, it was like, if you attend a workshop, you have performed. So you see, tomorrow, Kumalo, I'll be presenting a performance report, not activity report. That has been one problem. As part of repositioning, we are repositioning to a performance-oriented institution, not one which thrives on activities. There's a big difference. Just an activity means we went to attend the workshop and you came back. What are the results of that workshop? You don't know. What are the outputs? What is the impact of what you are doing? When you deploy resources, what is coming out of those resources? That's part of repositioning. Right, the Tigray and Ethiopia talks currently taking place here in South Africa. No, that we are not privy to progress so far. Although we are aware of people who are around from the AU, we have met them, but we are not privy to progress so far. Thank you.
To respond to the question that was asked of me in relation to the Parliament and the Commonwealth. As you know, the Commonwealth is 56, made up of 56 countries. That's 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, but 21 of our members hail from Africa. And those 21 are representative of the whole spectrum of Africa. And as a result, the work that we are doing and the work that the Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament are doing, are actually very, very similar. And during the talks today, I think the synergy between our hopes and aspirations as a Commonwealth family and the hopes and aspirations of the African Parliament are also mirrored. And so there's an opportunity for us to work more closely together. It's clear that the empirical data that we need in order to make wise and just decisions are not available to all of us in the same way, but we do possess them collectively. So one of our opportunities is to share data analysis of what works and what does not work. This implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals is common to all of us. You will have seen, if you look at the charter, which I had the privilege and pleasure to present to the Honourable President today, that clause 1 to 16 in our charter mirror very closely 1 to 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And SDG 17, which is partnership, is at the core of what we in the Commonwealth do, and you will find that thirst for partnership in our preamble. So this mirroring is incredibly important, and what we've seen is what we in the Commonwealth, as 56 countries representing 5 regions, are able to do, sitting round a table, is to look at the global problems that are absolutely challenging all of us and come to a more holistic response. And in the Commonwealth, we have been able to share not just our successes, but also our failures. So that if one of our member states spends a dollar, a penny, a rupee, then no other member states needs to spend the same dollar, penny, rupee. And that means that we will together be able to go faster, easier, better, and more successfully. And so if you look at the things we're doing in our connectivity agenda, you will have seen that Commonwealth, intra-Commonwealth trade has grown exponentially. And notwithstanding the downward turn that we have all seen globally, trade in the Commonwealth has been maintained and has actually grown. We have $768 billion worth of intra-Commonwealth trade. And when you look at the small area of growth that we've had in the last 2 years, this has come from digital trade. And that's why today I was talking about the power of digitalization, the power of technology to drive the economy, for us to narrow the gap between the money we need to deliver on the SDGs and the money we have. And one of those things that we are able to do together, and I hope that this Parliament will be one of the absolute engines to drive this, is the delivery of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Also, the implementation of the Commonwealth guidelines on anti-corruption, which was agreed in Kigali in June of this year. It is something that all our leaders adhere to, but I know that there is a thirst in Africa to address this issue of corruption, because if we are successful in doing that globally, including Africa, then we will have the money that we need to make sure that our children are able to take advantage of their future. But it's incredibly important that we work together on that future for our young. The African continent is the youngest. You'll know that the median age in Africa is just over 19. Now that is a powerful opportunity, but it's also a considerable challenge. So we are going to have to give our young people the tools they need to be able to make the contribution they can make through innovation and development to achieve their future in a way that will be better. And at the moment, we have to be honest that the education system is at best sometimes an 18th and 19th century education system for young people who have to face the 22nd century problems. So there is a huge need for us all in the Commonwealth and in the African Union to come together to modernize, to innovate, and to make sure that we give the tools and the skills to our young people so that they can be the future we want and the future they need. And we can do this if we choose. It is dependent on all of us to put our shoulder to the wheel in solidarity, to work together hand in glove, sharing everything we know, everything we have, to make sure that this world is a safer, better place for all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think
the Secretary of the Commonwealth has spoken about the question I was asked on more. What then becomes the role of this parliament and governments in Africa to unlock the full potential of young people in this continent, which is youthful, as she said. Indeed, it is important that this platform of PAP does develop the laws that will enable to unlock the full potential of young people in the African continent, which will also enhance the work that is already underway by various governments across the continent, so that we see the stamina, the innovation, and the creativity of the youth of the continent being exhibited in the various platforms across the continent in terms of digitization, in terms of innovation, in terms of the energy that they can use to unlock the economy, to challenges related to safety, and various issues that are affecting the continent. So it is an important platform. It has got a role to play to unlock this potential. Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll take ZBC, take ENCA, we'll take Channel Africa, and then Mr. President will conclude with APPN.
All right. Thank you very much. I have very few questions, really. Let me start with you, Honorable Minister. One, you did point out that the government is really working towards ensuring that the Pan-African Parliament is hosted under one roof. I just want to know who's going to pick up the tab there. Is it the South African taxpayer? And just how far, I'm not too sure if you have those details in terms of the actual work that has gone into that. Okay, I'll be fair to you, but who's going to pay for that? And I think the other question, the president was doing the bidding for you. I'm not too sure if he's a branch member of the ANC. I would like to hear from you whether your views on the comments by the Minister of Tourism and ANC National Executive Committee member who said, given the Phala scandal, the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, must step aside. My other questions come to you, Madam Baroness, and one is on the sanctions. The president of South Africa, when he met with the US President Joe Biden, did raise this issue to say sanctions on Zimbabwe are hurting not only the Zimbabwean economy, but also South Africa, because Zimbabwean nationals are flocking to South Africa. And I know that that matter also was raised even in this platform. I was made aware. Do you think perhaps it's about time, or you still think from Commonwealth's point of view that these sanctions must continue? But also another question related to that is the request by Zimbabwe to get readmitted into the Commonwealth. Is there any chance that it would be readmitted? How far is that process? Lastly, on one point that you made, you did point out that African food systems are vulnerable to climate change. And we know that African countries are not the largest emitters. The culprits here would be the big industrial countries, your China, India, perhaps, and in the US. In that regard, how then should those who are culpable when it comes to emissions, what role should they be playing as the poor African countries are scrambling this phenomenon of climate change, and as a result, millions of people likely to continue to go hungry? What must be the role of the biggest emitters? To ask that when you respond, perhaps we shift the microphones to yourself, because I don't think we are capturing you. Once the minister is done here. Sure.
When should I respond now? Now, okay. Okay. Now, thank you. Indeed, the issue of the permanent infrastructure is part of the host agreement between the PAP and the hosting country.
in terms of how the cost will be shared between the government of the Republic of South Africa and PEP. So that is what I raised earlier on in the speech, that indeed we have looked into all those issues, and we believe that the obstacles that had stood in our way to ensure that there is this permanent infrastructure are now being attended to and being dealt with, and we remain committed to that host agreement as points, and we will attend to this issue hopefully soon and respond to the PAP in terms of the challenges that the president of PAP has raised. Indeed, as you are aware, he's not a member of any branches of the ANC. I think he was speaking in the context of welcoming me in this platform and what the African continent needs. The issue that you have raised of Palafala, I can only say that the ANC has got its own rules and guidelines of dealing with the issue of step aside. And the step aside rules that were adopted by the NEC, which my colleague is a member of, stipulate that when someone has been charged for any offense, that person must step aside. And if there are allegations that someone must subject himself or to the Integrity Commission, and the current president has, as an accountable member of the ANC, subjected himself to the Integrity Commission and appeared voluntarily. So the Integrity Commission is processing that matter. And I just want to state that these are obviously issues and which are internal in the ANC, and we will continue to engage with them in that manner. Thank you.
Firstly, can I say thank you very much for the question. You'll know that the position in relation to sanctions on Zimbabwe are international matters which are being dealt with at the UN, and each country will be participating in making that decision. But if I can come to the question which affects us most directly, the Commonwealth most directly, it's of course the readmission into the Commonwealth by Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe has made an application to come home to the Commonwealth. And if you go onto our website, you will see that the process for both those joining and rejoining the Commonwealth is very similar. It's a three-stage process, which involves an assessment being made by the Commonwealth Secretariat on behalf of the other members before a recommendation can be made to the member states for them to consider whether a country can be either admitted or readmitted. You'll be aware that both Togo and Gabon were admitted in June this year in Kigali at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. The stage that we are now at with Zimbabwe is that a team from the Commonwealth Secretariat will be visiting Zimbabwe in November of this year to undertake the next stage of assessment for Zimbabwe. Once that is complete, there will be an opportunity for us to work not only with Zimbabwe to ensure that they are in a position to submit their application if they so wish, and there will be a consideration by all member states as to whether they are in agreement that Zimbabwe will be readmitted. It's a process which every country who either joins or wishes to rejoin goes through, and we are delighted that Zimbabwe is putting a great deal of effort, energy, and commitment into complying with that process. And we obviously are very hopeful that all will go well. In relation to the climate change issue, you will know that the Commonwealth has been totally committed to the UNFCCC process, that we led the way in COP21 in getting the agreement in Malta in 2015. The Commonwealth agreed that it should be implementation, 2 degrees and a 1.5 aspirational target. The Commonwealth has continued to press vigorously for there to be a replenishment of the fund in relation to the needs and the needs of our countries who are not responsible or who have committed and contributed very little to the current dilemma that we are now in, but are most in need of support. And we will go in to Egypt later on in November to COP27, where we will be vigorously making the point that climate change is at code red, and those who are most responsible for contributing to it should also be in a position to help us to repair that damage. Thank you.
Sorry, but your voice as the Commonwealth matters a lot in global affairs. As much as you're saying countries that have imposed sanctions individually on Zimbabwe will have to, and the UN will have to deal with that. Is it your view as Commonwealth that these sanctions remain justified?
This is one of the beauties of being in the Commonwealth, is this is not a treaty-based body. And when it comes to individual countries taking individual views in accordance to their sovereignty, the Commonwealth does not bind those countries. So in relation to matters such as sanctions, this will be one of the issues where individual countries have, as you know, taken individual different positions. And we are hoping very much that this issue of sanctions will be addressed and addressed successfully, but that is very much a matter for each individual country. And you will know very well that there are very strong views in Africa in particular, along with a number of our other members who would urge dramatically that those sanctions should be relieved, because not only of the impact it's having on Zimbabwe, but also the impact it's having on other African countries. Now that is a debate which I know from talking to all my members will be hotly argued, but I would emphasize again that one of the beauties of democracy, one of the beauties of sovereignty, is that sovereign democratic countries can come to different positions on the same issues. And so what we have to do is work hard on committee, work hard to assist our countries to address the issues of sanctions so that, hopefully, the need for sanctions would no longer be there. So we have always walked in committee with our member states, and we continue to hope that these matters will be resolved completely, successfully, and to everyone's satisfaction.
We'll allow 2 more and close.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my question is directed at the PAP president. One of PAP's main ban has been a lack of legislative teeth. What measures have you put in place as the new team that is repositioning PAP to make sure that you accentuate this quest for legislative powers so that PAP can have an impactful effect on the lives of ordinary people across the African continent? Thank you.
We have a second one so that when we reply, maybe we just refer all of them.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Gilbert with the APP and the African Parliamentary Press Network. So I have a question for each of you. The first one goes to His Excellency Fortune Chiramburia. the issue about repositioning and rebranding the PAP will require a collective effort. So I want to find out from you what, in your view, will be the role of civil society organization and media in achieving that. Now, the other question goes to the Secretary General. At just the ended IPU meeting in Kigali, it was on gender-sensitive parliament. Obviously, most of the parliaments in Africa are not gender-sensitive. Certainly, the PAP is also not gender-sensitive. So can you give us some of the pragmatic steps that can be put in place to ensure that our parliaments are gender-sensitive? And then a quick follow-up to the Minister of Justice. Can we have some timelines in relation to when PAP is moving to the new site? Some timelines, it will help. Thank you very much.
Am I too far?
I also have got a question. My name is Ian Roma from ZBC. My question is directed to our guest of honor, the Minister. I still didn't get a definitive answer on the issue of resources. I would probably ask you to answer this question in vernacular. We gather that you can speak in Venda. If you can speak in that language, we share the same language with people back home in Zimbabwe. So South Africa is one of the big brothers on the continent. What role do you think you can play in terms of availing resources for PAP to achieve inclusive development on the continent?
Excellency, if
I think the best she will go first in order to, so that when we stop, we don't have to come back to sit here.
Thank you, Gilbert, for your question. I think that there are two ways in which we can make a significant difference. One is making sure that we mainstream gender into everything we do. So it's not just an isolated add-on, but it's an integral part of every policy, every program, and every initiative. So if you look at the issues in relation to health, there are issues for gender. Education, issues for gender. Young people, issues for gender. Trade, issues for gender. Environment, issues for gender. So gender impacts everything. And if you look at what we have done in the Commonwealth, we have created toolkits which assist our member states to mainstream these issues. The other very successful thing that I would certainly urge those who are serious about gender to do is to look at and to adopt the new SMART performance management process that we have created in the Commonwealth. SMART, which is our performance management process, and has meant that we have created generally accepted performance management principles for government. And these GAP principles have been agreed by our member states, by our leaders at CHOGM in Kigali. And what that performance management system does is it provides a transparent, real-time process by which we can keep our governments to, or keep them to account in relation to performance. And one of the big areas of performance is making sure that our men, our women, and our young people have an equal opportunity to deliver on the talents that they have in a way that will make a material difference and deliver the SDGs. So that's what I'd say: mainstream gender, address the SMART issues, and the last would be to say we really need to address domestic and sexual violence of women and girls. 1 in 3 women and girls are affected by gender-based violence in our world, and in Africa, there is no exception. So if we were to address ourselves to those issues, I think we would make a material difference to the empowerment of women, and we would exponentially improve the trade deficit that we now have, because women and our young people can be the difference we need to make in order for us to be a truly wealthy, healthy, and well-governed
world. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I did say earlier on that I don't have the timelines because I don't have all the details in terms of how far is the process, where it is. But I know that there is a commitment to proceed on the work in terms of the agreement between the host country and PAP. That is being processed by the South African government. But unfortunately, I'm unable to provide the timelines. And also, ndo amba uri ringa si kone upa the timelines ngauri the contents na the details dza hone something has do tirwa nga PEP na the host country uri ri kone u pata building ya permanent for PAP. And on the second part, whether we remain committed to provide resources to PAP as the host country. Indeed, we remain committed to provide and to give all material and logistical support to PAP as the host country because it is a very important infrastructure and platform for the African continent. And for us, it's an honor to be hosting all parliamentarians of the African continent in the South African soil. We, however, still continue to state that while we will provide the support, we will continue to give all the logistical support. It is also the responsibility of all member states to continue to provide the support and share. And we understand that we have got a bigger responsibility as the host country. Thank you. I'm not sure if there's another one which I missed, but I think these were the two questions that were directed. Yeah.
Mine were on the protocol Malabo. What are we going to do as a new bureau? First of all, we really want to be legislative as a parliament in order to have teeth. To have teeth, we have to be legislative. Some of the controversies around the protocol, there are countries that say they don't feel it's fair for every country on the continent to nominate 5 MPs to PAP. Because some countries are really huge in terms of a country that has 160 million population, one has 1 million. But both such countries will send 5 members to PAP. So there are issues around that issue that I think let's go the route of the proportional to the population in terms of representation at PAP. And I won't hide that Egypt, for example, is very, very adamant on that one. There are those who think the outfit could be too expensive for them because it means members of parliament will have to spend 1 month, 2 months, if not almost half of their time, or at least 40% of their time in South Africa. And there are some already, even with the 4 sessions which are isolated, March, May, August, and October, they are unable. There are some countries right now as we speak that we are not able to fund their members to attend PAP. Now they say, if they fail to fund for 2-3 weeks session, now you make it 2 months, then it means some countries totally be out of PAP. And there are those who think if you have parliamentarians outside their national parliament, like is the case now, what would be the relevance of these parliamentarians? Where would they share the outputs? What platforms would they use back home if they no longer sit in their national parliaments? And how would the people also make a contribution to Pan-African Parliament if these would be ordinary people just without any proper platform? And I can go on and on. So there are those resistances. One way is to re-engage member states at the various platforms and explain to them the possible benefits. And also those that have ratified the 14, want to engage them also to be part of our lobbying missions, so that they indicate that, look, it's not, we've signed, but we are still alive. It's harmless. Can you proceed and sign? So we'll try all those efforts. But I think ultimately there may be need to be a bit more flexible from both those that signed and those that haven't signed. We may need to relook at one, if there's one or two provisions that are locking up everything, it may be wise to have some negotiations on those provisions that are being resisted by some member countries so that we move forward. The media in this whole repositioning thrust, in effect, we've worked with the media from first day. When we relaunched PAP, we try far and wide and deep to work with the media, and we believe we are working with the media. I did propose to our media in August, September, that let's create a platform for ourselves, for PAP. Media and PAP, media and civil society. We even have structured meetings where we say every 3 months or so, we have a media interaction. And as you push for that. So media have left behind, we proposed, but you are silent. We want to work with you. Civil society, both at PAP, we have access to civil society. We invite them to these meetings. We have ECOSOC with the AU, called ECOSOC, which is the AU wing that works with civil society. We are also engaged with them so that we harness some of the activities that they are also involved in. But we need civil society. Civil society are our citizens, and we exist as an institution to promote the aspirations of our citizens. So we are assured that we are open and supportive, and let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. This is the end of our press conference. We appreciate you giving us your time for this. Thank you.